across the world. Where will we end up, land or sea? Follow the map, running, where will we go? Around the world, going east we hope. Parachute plane, drifting along. It's the KSIM gaming time. Time. Where will we end up? Land or sea? Well, that's a map running. Wherever we go. Here we go. Around the world. Going east we hope. Parachute plane, drifting along. Drifting along. CKSIM gaming time. And now it's time for CKSIM gaming trip. CKSIM gaming time. Here we go, full out the world. Going east we hope. CKSIM gaming. Parachute plane, drifting along. CKSIM gaming time.
Hey, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to another flight simulator stream back in Uzbekistan today for some more drifting. Where will we end up today? Now hopefully the winds will take us in the right direction. I don't want to be going north or northwest or west or even southwest. I want to be going east or even northeast or southeast. It doesn't matter as long as we're doing a bit of east. I don't mind. So anyway, let's have a quick look at Volanta map to see where we were in the last flight. Let's go over there now. There we go. So this was our last flight in Volanta. It wasn't a very long flight, but it was a flight nonetheless, and we took off from a little patch of desert over there, and then we headed up in a northeasterly direction, and then we ended up with the wind dying down, and then we ended up going west for a little bit before we landed in some shrubland just here. The plane rolled a little bit because it was on a slight slope, and statistics wise the flight was about 40 miles long, 2 hours and 17 minutes, and we flew on the 2nd of February 2025. Landing rate was a nice buttery 6,883 feet with a speed of 14 knots with a landing g-force of half a g, so you know, not a very stressful landing there, even though it seems quite a rough landing, but when you think of it in some ways it wasn't too bad. If you want to see what the landing looked like, well, there's always last VOD that you can look at. So anyway, as per usual, we're starting from the same place that we left off, and yeah, we landed by a little track, just, well, a couple of little tracks actually. We'll go into the simulator for a bit actually, and just have a quick look at the plane before we do the usuals with it. It's quite a nice day here in Kazakhstan. Oh, sorry, Uzbekistan. See, even I've forgotten where we are. But yeah, not a bad day. The winds have been set to the time of day, I mean, has been set to now, and the weather is basically live weather as it is at this time of day. Egbert, good afternoon to you. Welcome to another stream back in Uzbekistan today. Right, one thing I'm going to do quickly though is I'm going to actually no, I'm not going to bother today, but I do need to get the plane up and running, so we're just going to put the chocks on, the box of chocks as I call it, right, and then we'll get the plane just sort of started up a little bit. There we go. We'll get the screens up and running anyway, which is the main thing. Make sure that the volume is quite low. It is. That's good. Back in Uzbekistan, exactly back where we ended in the last flight. Just on some horrible, by some rocks here, and we were about weren't far from a couple of tracks actually when we landed. A couple of tracks nearby. So we're just getting the engines running just for a couple of minutes, just to celebrations or heroes for me. Definitely celebrations. I've still got a load of celebrations left from when I bought that big bag just before Christmas. I like the Maltesers in there and the Galaxy Caramels. I do like the Galaxy chocolate. One of my favourite chocolates is a Ripple. And then also a Whisper as well, but that's obviously Cadbury's. But yeah. But anyway, they're all sitting there patiently. The reason I put the chocks on is that I just didn't want the plane to move a little bit, because sometimes when you turn the engines on, it moves a little bit on its own, and I didn't want that to suddenly just disappear down a slope. But anyway, the batteries look nice and charged, which is the main thing. So I can turn off the engines now and leave the screens running. They won't run for too long though. Once the battery's gone flat, they will end up dying out again. Do you like or tasted cola rings? I don't know what cola rings are. Years ago when I was growing up, I used to like cola cubes. You can still get those from those like vintage sweet shops. You can get like a bag of those cola cubes. They were some of my favourites. Chocks are off, that's good. Right, next thing we need to do is obviously the parachute out the back, which flies out the back there. The parachute can come out. But no, I haven't had, if you mean the cola rings which are like got the sherbety kind of, they're kind of soft with like a sherbety thing around the ring. I've tried those, but I don't know if they're the same things you're on about. I don't think I've had cola rings at all, although I might have done. Anyway, here's the plane. We're ready to go. Now hopefully the winds are going to be in my favour. The last few days I haven't been able to do these because the winds haven't been very strong, but the winds are a little bit stronger now. So I'm hoping that we should have enough wind to blow us in the right direction, but I won't know for sure until we actually get there. So this stream could end up being another short stream. I really don't know. Anyway, let's get ready to slew. As always, we take the plane up to about 45,000 feet and then release it into the wind, and then we'll see where we end up. So I need to go up to about 43,000, because in slew mode on 2024 it seems to add another 1,000 feet or so on, so we'll go up to about 43ish and then hopefully once it's sorted itself out it will be about 45, give or take. Right then, are we all ready then? Let's count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get going, shall we? Right, let's see what we got here. So at the moment we're going in an easterly direction, which is perfect, and we're doing about 40 knots. We're about 44,600 feet, so we're just under the 45,000 feet, but that doesn't really matter too much. The good thing is that we've got a nice ground speed here. So the plane is facing west. As you can see, we're going backwards, which means that we're going east. So that's perfect. Hopefully the winds will get a little bit stronger as we go get down towards the ground. So what I'm going to do now, as always, I'm just going to move the camera down towards the ground level, just so that we can keep an eye on what's going past a bit closer. I've also got my tour guide with me today, which I'm sure we'll chat to now and again as we go over, but there's not really a lot to see, although we are edging back towards the border of Kazakhstan, so we'll probably go over near Kazakhstan today. If you'd like to ask my tour guide anything in the flight, please feel free. As long as it's not rude, everything will be good. So yeah, Egbert, I found out the news today that you probably realise as well. I think it was you that brought it up in a stream about a week or so ago, because you were talking about Football Manager, weren't you? About the fact it had been delayed a lot. So it looked like they'd released a message or notification yesterday to say that it had been cancelled now. So there wasn't going to be a Football Manager 2025. I think that's a good decision. Purely because by the time they'd released the game, which I think was going to be around March time, well, the season's kind of almost finished by March, isn't it? I mean, it finishes in May, so I mean, it had almost been over. Yes, indeed. So maybe it's a good idea for them just to kind of like, you know, just focus on next year's version now. But anyway, here we are, heading east, which is good. I like to be heading east. In about 10-15 minutes or so, I'll have a look at the Volanta map to sort of get an idea of where we're heading. As I said, we are heading towards the Uzbekistan border again, although right down the bottom of Uzbekistan. I'm hoping that the flight today could be quite a nice long one. The weather, I think, is going to be very similar tomorrow as well in Uzbekistan, so I'll probably do a flight tomorrow, although I'm also aware that there's a lot of soccer ball going on tomorrow as well. FA Cup soccer ball. So I'm not sure if I'll be doing a stream tomorrow or not, just because there's a lot going on in that world. So I would like to try and make use of today's flight. If this flight ends up being about 2 hours, I will probably do another one straight after. As I said, I would like to do a couple if I can, but if this flight ends up going on quite long, then obviously I'll just do this flight. Who do I support? I support a team that isn't doing so well this season. Well, actually, they haven't been doing well for about 8 seasons now, but never mind, you have to take the rough with the smooth. When I was a youngster supporting the team, they were not doing so well either. It was only till like the later on in the like 80s and 90s when they started to do better. Manchester United is the team. Always supported it. Or supported them anyway. But all teams go through rough patches, don't they? They go through good years and bad years, so we're just going through bad years, but that's all good. Can be frustrating, but you know. We've got Leicester today. You support Liverpool, but you're not from Liverpool. Well, a lot of, you know, it doesn't matter if you don't have to live in the hometown to support some of the teams, do you? But yeah, Liverpool are doing good at the minute. So yeah, hopefully they'll do good in Europe as well. I do like to support English teams when they're playing in Europe, no matter who they are. But yeah, heading over this land of Kazakhstan. Well, Uzbekistan. See, I'm getting confused now. So I'm just as bad as the tour guides. In fact, I've asked the tour guide where we are. Hello, tour guide. How are you today? Hope you're well. Whereabouts are we flying over at the moment? Which country? Let's see. She might get confused and say Kazakhstan, but we'll see.
We are currently flying over Uzbekistan,
There you go.
a country known for its rich history along the Silk Road and stunning landscapes.
Yeah, stunning landscapes, she said, yes. I suppose they're stunning if you've kind of not been watching them for the last, 20 hours. But, yeah. Although there are some areas of Uzbekistan, a bit like England, really. I mean, you know, they're areas of England that we could fly over that don't look so appealing as others. So, I mean, I suppose it's the same. Why isn't there any donkeys or camels around? Well, that's not a question for the tour guide to answer. That'll be a question that you need to put to Asobo and ask them. Asobo, why aren't there any donkeys or camels? I don't know if there'd be a lot of wild donkeys in this area anyway. Normally if you know, it'll be down to farmers or stuff. What wild animals live in Uzbekistan? And here's Dave, as usual, with his war.
Uzbekistan is home to a variety of wild animals, including the elusive snow leopard, which roams the mountainous regions. You might also find the Bukhara deer, wild boars, and a variety of bird species like the golden eagle and soccer falcon. The deserts are inhabited by reptiles and small mammals adapted to the arid environment.
Soccer falcons, that sounds quite good. I wonder if they fly around with a ball. Watch out for the ground-to-air missiles. Well, trust you, Dave. Ground-to-air missiles. Where do you think we are? Round the suburbs of London. This isn't the suburbs of London, you know. Oh dear, I don't know. This is perfect bus driving terrain out here, Dave, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, I used to like the Heroes Egg, but I just don't think they're so good these days, really. In a war-torn country. What, Uzbekistan? Well... yeah. Oh, I think there's one there. I think that's a missile launcher there. Look, it's a weird shape. Could be hidden there, and there's also some round circles there. They could be dangerous places. Is Uzbekistan a war-torn country?
Uzbekistan is not a war-torn country. It is generally considered stable and peaceful, with a focus on economic development and tourism.
There you go. See, Dave. You know, you shouldn't come in and be mean to the people of Uzbekistan. You see, there's a lot of people. They wouldn't be very happy about you. You know, terrible. You're on the perfect shift today. on-demand service, which so far taken a grand total of £2.50. Is that one of these services where a lot of people using it all have bus passes? You know, pensioners, etc. Get a lot of services like that round where I live. You'll get on the bus, especially after a certain time of day. £2.50 though. No wars till you land. If you was... Oh, what's a warg? If you was a warg. I don't get that, Artful Jamie. Is that a typo? Ability to enter the minds of animals. Warg is... Okay, never heard of that. What animal would I like to be? Don't know, I think it would just depend. I think it would just depend on what day of the week it was, you know, what was on the news. Some days I might want to be a polar bear. Some days I might want to be a shark. It depends who's in the water, you see. If some people that were annoying me in the news were in the water, then I'd probably be a shark, and if, you know, a great white shark, and in other days I'd want to be like a polar bear or a lion or something. I don't know. They call our office and say, I want picking from my home address or nearest bus stop and go to next village. Oh, it's an on-demand, so okay, I get what you mean. Okay. Warg is a made-up thing, but used in medieval movies. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of medieval stuff, as you can probably tell. It's not an era that I'd like to go back to either if I had a time machine, because basically we'd all probably only last about an hour there if we went back to medieval times. They'd probably burn us because they'd probably think that we're witches or something. Yeah, Big Clue was on demand. Yeah, I know, but I've never heard of on-demand service. That's probably why. I mean, I know, like, you know, like for example, hospitals or whatever have a system where they go pick up patients and stuff and drive them around, like that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a double-decker bus come down my road to pick up an old lady from outside her house. But I mean, I suppose, you know, if you live in a rich area, then obviously you can just, you know, you can just ring up and say, hello, is that Stagecoach? I'd like the local bus to come and pick me up from outside my house today. If you had a time machine, you would marry Eve before Adam did. Well, yeah. I don't know what I'd do if I had a time machine. It's not using Deckers, it's using Mercedes. Yeah, I know, but that's just... I'm just talking literally, because down here in, like, you know, Stagecoach land, you know. I'm just saying. Oh, I don't know. Anyway. I think my mother would love an on-demand service where she lived. She'd be like, well, I need to go to town, so I'd like to have an on-demand bus service, please. Instead of 2 buses a day, which is like what we have at the minute. Are you a fan of history? I wouldn't say I'm a fan of it. No. I like to learn about it, but I don't go out purposefully, like, really into it. You know, like sometimes I might just come across a place and wonder about its history, but you know, I don't particularly go anywhere looking for history. If that makes sense. I mean, like when I go out and take photos, I always think of that as a kind of history, because literally the moment you've taken a photo, it's in the past, so it's going to be history, whether you like it or not. And you're taking a snapshot of time. It's like these streams. I mean, these streams will become history. Uber bus. Hello, Katie. I mean, you know, when I was in the 80s taking pictures of things, I didn't really think of it as history at the time. But now when you look back at pictures that people took in the 80s and you see what cars people had and what fashions people were wearing, what trains were going around, what airlines were flying, and then it's all like, you look back at it and you think, wow. You know, and for some people, obviously, that are a lot younger than me, then obviously when they look back at pictures from the 80s, you know, when they didn't live in that era, then obviously they look back at it in a different way as well. It's a bit like me looking back at, you know, the 1930s and 20s. I like to visit historic places. Yeah, it's interesting to see how things were in a different time. And then you go around the present and then looking at buildings that they build today, and you wonder which sort of buildings are we building that people might look back at in 300 years' time and think of like how we think of castles and things. Don't know. I think older buildings obviously were built to last longer than newer ones. I mean, you get some buildings, and probably in about, you know, you get some buildings that you look at that were built in the 70s and 80s, and you just think that they should be knocked down already. But anyway, hello Katie, how are you? We're heading in an easterly direction today, which is nice. We're at about 43,000 feet currently, and we're heading at about 44 knots, so about 50-ish miles per hour, and we're heading directly east. So we should be heading towards the border with Uzbekistan again soon. In fact, while we're here, we might as well just bring the Volanta map up, and we can have a look. Let's have a look here. So anyway, this is the route in green is our current route. The route in blue is the route that was from our last flight. So you can see we're more or less going the same direction. But then there was a time when the other flight, because originally the last flight we flew from here, and then we ended up here because the winds died down. But at the moment you can see we're heading easterly, and that white line is the border of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan again. So we're kind of just heading outwards. We might be lucky. We might fly over some green soon, some green fields. We're sort of heading towards near to Tashkent. But you can also see right ahead of us is some mountainous areas as well. There's some mountains here. So if we keep going for a while, we might reach these mountains, although I don't think we'll go very far into the mountains, because I don't think we'll be high enough, so we might crash into those mountains. Really don't know. It depends on what's happening here, so something to look forward to anyway, I think. Or not, as they say. When you ask people in general what they do, I had time a lot, how they go back to kill Hitler. Well, would be no point, would they? Because he ended up killing himself anyway. So, but I know what you mean. But then there wouldn't be a war. But then if you think if there wasn't a war, think about think about all the things that all the advances in technology that were caused because of a war. And if we didn't have a war, then what might not have happened? We might not have had space rockets, or they might have come later, because the Germans invented rockets. So without rockets, then people wouldn't go to the moon, or other things, or jet engines probably might not have been developed, or radar might not have been developed until later on, because radar was developed in the Second World War. So there's lots of things that if there wasn't a war, then there's lots of things that wouldn't exist, or maybe might have existed but might have come about a bit later on. And there you go. You see, that's the trouble. You see, basically, Katie wouldn't be here today because otherwise, like she explained. So yeah, it's not good to meddle with history. Although it does depend, I suppose. I suppose it does depend. Dad wouldn't have been at the cinema where he met my mum. History's weird. Yeah, exactly, see? There's probably a lot of things that have an effect, like even in my family and everything else, all to do with the war or whatever. People not meeting certain people not being at a certain time. Maybe if someone had been sent to war, then there's just so many things that will change just because of one change of something else. So. Yeah, it all moved, didn't it? Because a lot of people got relocated to different areas. And there might be countries that don't exist, that wouldn't have existed if there wasn't a war. You just don't know, really. I mean, that's the thing, really. So there's so many things that can change. I mean, it's a bit like if I went in a time machine and basically deleted X-planes. X-plane never existed. We wouldn't have all these aeroplanes flying around like they do today. Because if it wasn't for X-plane and its amazing flight dynamics, then none of these no airplanes would have been invented. So there wouldn't have been any aeroplanes at all because of X-planes. But because X-plane was developed, then obviously there was a flight model. So then there was, and it's a bit like if I hadn't gone back in time and crashed a train at the end of the track, there wouldn't be there wouldn't have been buffers now, because it's all because of me. That's why there's buffers and red lights. And I am joking about X-plane, by the way, in case anyone thinks I'm taking it seriously. Right. Also, modern English wouldn't be born. Exactly. I mean, you got to think about all these things. And Dave's off. Chuck's sake, got to do some work now. Yep. He's good with the old shorthand, aren't he, Dave? I wish I was as good as you. History has led us to this exact moment. Exactly. So, I mean, like everything. As I say, I go out and do photography, and then, even, at the time I take it, I don't really think of it as history. But I do in a bit, but obviously when you go back a few years, then obviously it becomes more relevant to things. But of course, there's just so many images and videos being taken now all the time with people with phones, compared to how it was like, even 20, 30 years ago. But yeah, as I said, it was a good day today. As I said earlier in the week, I wanted to carry on with these because the wind was going to be more going towards the east later on in the week. Because the last few days, we saw it in the last flight we did, where the winds were starting to sort of like change over the next few days. So the flight was quite short, and then the winds was kind of dying down. And as we got lower, we ended up going west. And then over the week, those winds then became sort of northerlies and westerlies. So I thought I'd leave these flights away alone for a few days, just so that and wait for the wind to pick up again. And that's today's and tomorrow's where it's going to be windy again. So it means that we can carry on going east, you see, or southeast or whatever, but an easterly direction nonetheless. So as I said, depending on how long this flight is, I might do 2 flights today, but it just depends on how long this flight is, because once this flight goes over a certain time, then I'll just do the one. It's windy here today. Yeah, it's a little bit windy down here at the moment, but it's not too bad, but it's just quite cold. So it's on that point where, where in about, by the evening, the temperature will probably be about 1 degree or 0. So if it starts to rain, it's just going to be basically sleet or snow. I think down my way, they've done that thing, they do, basically when it gets cold, just to basically that notification basically out there to homeless people, etc., that they can, it's like an emergency thing, isn't it, where they can get a free bed for the night or whatever. Because is it possible in this game to fly from Benidorm to Port Cornwall? It's possible to fly from anywhere you want to, Artful Jamie. I mean, obviously the nearest airport to Benidorm would be Alicante, if you wanted to fly an airliner. And then to Cornwall would be Newquay Airport. So you could fly from, say, Newquay to Alicante, and that would be more or less Cornwall to Benidorm, because Benidorm's just around the corner from Alicante. So, but if you wanted to then fly a helicopter, you could, I suppose. It would be a very long journey. You might have to stop to refuel maybe a couple of times, but in Flight Simulator it's possible for you to fly from anywhere you want to. You can just start on, you can do what I did and just start on the ground and go off. But as Benidorm doesn't have its own airport, but that wouldn't that doesn't have to stop you though, because I mean you could do whatever you wanted to. You could get a float plane, land on the beach near Benidorm, and then you could just keep giving the float plane unlimited fuel, and you could fly all the way to Cornwall if you wanted. You fly wherever in this 777 as long as there's a long enough runway. You can fly to places that maybe perhaps in real life you couldn't fly to at the moment, like European. Well, there's lots of places, isn't there? So yeah, you can go to anywhere you want to, really. There's nothing to stop you here. There's no messages to come up and say you're not allowed to fly here or not allowed to fly there. There's nothing to stop you. You can go where you like. And if you've got Game Pass, well, you can just try it out for yourself. You can fly wherever you want to fly. You can go and visit any country you want to. I mean, it might not be 100% accurate rendition of the country, but it'll be a decent representation compared to other sims in the past, which used to just comprise of a green ground, a blue sky, and that was it. Not much else. Let's see, shall we? Just going to have a quick look at Volanta in the background and see if we're over the border. Yeah, we've just gone over the Kazakhstan border now, so we are actually in Kazakhstan. got no idea where the border would be, because there's not really anything to mark a border. You probably get where a road goes into one place, there'll probably be a border crossing, but I mean, where we flew, there's nothing to tell us any different. Hello Jill, how are you? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just flying over Kazakhstan now. We've literally just gone into Kazakhstan again, and we're heading east. Let's have a look at my speed at the minute. So yeah, 42,000 feet. As I said, descent rate's very slow, so it could be quite a long flight, this one. 46 knots as well, so again, quite consistent. Don't forget, if you want to, put your mileages down into the text box on your screen if you want to write how many miles you'll think that we'll be doing today. I reckon we're going to be doing 234 today. That's just I know that's probably very far-fetched, but that's my guess anyway. Now, if we were going maybe 6 or 7 times the speed, I might have said 1, 2, 3, 4, but 1, 2, 3. There we go. See, Egbert had the same kind of feeling in his mind, but he was just not as extreme. So I mean, Katie could write 3, 4, 5, but I think it'll have 6 and 9 in the number. Yeah, there we go. See, there we are. See. Right, anyway. Oh, that's good. Jill's doing it too. That's nice to see. Right, 2, 3, 4, I reckon. Jill put in 192. Katie 169. And Egbert is testing 1, 2, 3. We'll see what happens at the end. But yeah, just going along. As I said, not bad. I mean, this could be quite a long flight today, but as you know, we've had flights that started off quite promising, and then over time they fizzle out a bit. But will we make it to the mountains in the distance? That'll be the interesting one. Talking about flight sim, the Builds did a sort of like a stream yesterday, talking about the upcoming A350 that they're going to be bringing out at the end of the month. They said it's going to be under $80, so I've got a feeling that it's probably going to be something like $79.99 or something. Or sorry, euros. The price was in euros because obviously they're, yeah. So yeah, 80 euros, or just under 80 euros. So yeah, quite a few people seem very excited. So VATSIM will probably be full of A350s in a few weeks' time. I don't know why I keep calling it INI builds, because I think it's actually I builds, but anyway, I like to just call it INI builds, but that might be the American way of saying it, I builds. Anyway, let's just go up a little bit and have a look around. What else is happening in the world of flight sim? Not a lot really, I don't think. A lot of pathways around here, which is quite cool. Again, looks like another sort of like meeting spot over there, isn't it? It's almost like a community hub where all the roads lead to. And that black patch there, maybe that's like where they have a big fire going and all gather around like the community meeting. Who knows? So yeah, as I said, we might be flying over a bit of green area soon, some farming and agriculture. I don't know when exactly we'll be flying over there, but hopefully within the next hour, and then see where we go from beyond. As I said, you know, there is a mountain range quite far away, but if we're lucky we might reach it today, but if not, it could be in the next flight. Trouble is, you look at the map and sometimes on the map things seem to be quite close, but obviously they end up being a lot further away. A lot of rocky areas over there. If you need some rocks for your rockery, this is probably the place to go. Have a quick look here again. Yeah, 41,900 feet, so we're still doing about 47 knots. Still heading in a sort of easterly direction. You need some ballast for your layout. Yeah, I think you might need smaller rocks then. See what the nearest airfield is at the moment. The nearest airfield to us is called UA 34, which is about 60 miles away. In our general direction, kinda. So if we were doing it by airfield, then that would be the nearest at the moment. There's an airfield called Gagarin. I wonder if that's named after the astronaut. We've got chinos as well, so if you need chinos, you can go to Chinos to get some chinos, or a cappuccino. If you like those as well. We got another airfield over here called Dusty Lick, which I suppose is a bit like Dusty Bin, but obviously just local translation. Yeah, anyway. They got the UASF. There's lots of we've got lots of airfields around here. Dash to bod. That's when someone obviously wants to dash to bod. Daxbet. That sounds like a betting company in Uzbekistan. Instead of Ubet or whatever it's called that we have in the UK, they can have a dash bet. Is it dash bet? Is that what it was called? I can't remember now. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but you're off to play some PS5 games. No worries. Have fun. Right. Greyhound betting. Yeah. See, that's a good thing, you see, if MSFS does come out for the PS5, although they didn't really say anything in the developer stream, so it could just be a big rumour. I think a lot of people are just putting 2 and 2 together at the moment, because some Microsoft titles are going over to PlayStation, like Forza, so a lot of people are probably thinking that maybe Flight Sim might go over there. We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, if it does, then obviously Artful Jamie will be able to fulfil his dream of doing a flight from Benidorm to Cornwall. depending on what time this flight finishes as well. I mean, if this flight finishes at a certain time, I might have time to do a buffer puffer scenario today as well. We'll have to see what happens. Although it'll be a buffer puffer scenario in the dark, because they're getting darker and darker now. It'll all depend on when this flight ends, and then I can see if I've got time, or if I want to do another stream, because I would like to have a little bit of a gap between the streams. I don't really want to finish one stream and go straight to another, so if there's enough time I will do a thing one. Exactly, Egbert. If not, there will always be another day. Another thing I could just do is just pick some, like, a short, do like what some other people do. What I do sometimes is maybe just look for a scenario that's only about 20 minutes long. Although, as you all know, a 20-minute scenario can turn into an hour one. I mean, that scenario yesterday was supposed to have been nearly an hour, and I think it took me about 2 hours in the end. With the steam engine, but sometimes you just have to think up things as you go along. So as that diesel train was misbehaving, I thought, well, maybe I should just attach to the other diesel train and see how that goes, and it seemed to work quite well. 20 minutes, who would do that? Well, there are some career scenarios that are only 20-minute ones that can, short but sweet ones. There is that career scenario I need to do as well, which you played, which I think was when you started from East Croydon and went to London Bridge in the southeastern 377, I think it was. So I need to do that one. That's not a long one. Duffer. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that. It was just so bugged. I'll have to read the comments for that scenario and see if anyone else had the same issue. I don't know if it was just something, because the scenario is quite old, I don't know if it's something that just sort of like crept in over several game updates with scripting and stuff. The scripting on the locos or whatever, I don't know. It all seemed to go wrong as soon as I was flicking through cab views and went from the diesel train to the steam engine view. After that point, it seemed to be like something in the steam engine took priority, and the brakes were just not so good. You meant the slow creature, Duffer sliver. Oh, you mean like a snail? Duffer sliver. Katie gets there in the end. Kind of remind me of Irascible when he starts typing with his tablet, and next thing is he's almost like raging about his tablet and typing onto it. But yeah, as I said, I might swap the 37 out for another one another day and see what that's like. And maybe see if there's a way I can go into the scenario and basically change the steam engine so it's basically dead. Because I'm sure there's just a tick box that you can do somewhere where you can just select the train and just say it's a dead loco or something. I mean, I don't know. Looks like there's a little area over here with some buildings. Maybe an Amazon warehouse. maybe it's a base for somebody. Some oligarch. I mean, it just seems to be like an office block out in the middle of nowhere, doesn't it? like a bit like them enemies that James Bond have. Maybe it's like someone like that lives in a little house and they've got loads of screens and everything, and they get up to all sorts of bad things in their little base. Maybe I've just watched too many movies from the 80s or something. I see there was chaos between Liverpool and Manchester today. Somebody drove a car onto the railway tracks. Well, crashed a car onto the railway tracks, didn't they, from a bridge or wherever it was. Not exactly the best thing to do. Didn't hear about that. No, it was on. You go on like the BBC website and that. It's like one of the stories of the day, apart from other things going on, of course. Driver arrested after car plunges onto rail line, causing travel chaos. Police say the driver, a man in his 30s, has been arrested on suspicion of drinking and driving. Yep, hope nothing like that happens to me tomorrow. I've got to beat the removal van to Blackpool, and that includes signing the lease and getting the keys. Sounds a bit like a Top Gear challenge, that does, Katie. Beating the removal van. As long as he doesn't go too fast, you might be alright. You might have to ring up Francis, the guy that does the train spotting, for some tips, because he always seems to manage to see the same train about 3 or 4 times during a journey. So you could basically say to him, well, what's your tip? And he'll probably tell you that he probably, has to drive like crazy. You'll have a head start. Well, that's always good to have a head start. Using the fast services Stoke-on-Trent to Crewe and a fast service direct to Blackpool. Oh, like a Transpennine service or something. Transpennine. So it probably just goes Preston and probably like one station in between, and that's it. Or might even not even bother stopping. Well, hopefully all will go well. I better not play the Blackpool route today on Train Simulator, then I'd hate anything to happen that would slow you down for tomorrow. Still not had the removal company tell me what time they'll be here though. Well, hopefully you'll find out later. Flying over more pathways. Let's have a look to see what we're doing now. At 41,000 feet, we haven't really sped up a little. We haven't really sped up much. We started to stream, I think, about 45 knots, I think, something like that. So, but we are still in the 40s, so I'm hoping that when we get down into the 30s, the ground speed might speed up into the 50s or 60s. if we're lucky. Unfortunately, it looks like I've lost the screen now, so I can't really tell you what's going on there. Your friend is coming over to sit with them so I can get on. Well, yeah, I suppose she'll be able to sit with them until they take the chair away that she's sitting on. She'll have to keep sitting on boxes until the last box is gone, and then that'll be it. She'll have to sit on the floor, and that'll be that then. Unless she can sit on the window frame or something. I don't know. The kitchen counter. Slowly over time, everything that they can sit on will be disappearing. Maybe it'll have to be the toilet that they'll have to sit on. She's a nurse. She's used to sitting on fresh air. Oh. She's going to be nursing the removal men. She levitates. Yeah, Sister Yoda. Sister Yoda. It's getting very sand duney over here again, isn't it? I think that's Kazakhstan in a nutshell, isn't it? It's just dunes. All these little pathways here, there and everywhere that people have made over time. I mean, this could just be this could be like a landscape with like a Mars rover that's just been going around exploring that. Just needs to be a bit more red. What is the time anyway? 1:32. We might have to go AFK for a few minutes while I grab something to eat. Yes, it's that time again. But the rate of descent is quite slow, so yeah. But it's just interesting seeing all these little tracks going here, there and everywhere. Oh, look, is that oh, I can see mountains in the distance, look. There's mountains in the distance. And are we heading towards them? We are, aren't we? We are heading towards those mountains. The mountains. We might end up in a situation in about an hour or so. Because obviously it means that, you know, there's less height for us to drift down in once there's mountains around us. Oh, bit of a weather update there. That's probably changed the direction of the thing down. Mount Doom. Yeah, Mount Doom. I don't think we've actually landed in a mountain yet on the drifting stream, have we? We got close. One time we got close with I mean, actually, didn't we land somewhere in Wales? But I can't remember if that was a normal drifting stream from Birmingham or whether it was around the world one or not. But I know there was a stream where I landed on a hill and then we rolled for a bit down the hill for a bit. But I think that was somewhere else. I don't know if it was Wales. I don't know if it was when we were flying around near Wales. But there was another drifting flight where I landed near the Alps, but we were still a little way away from them. That was probably the nearest. So I think this will be the first time we've actually landed in mountains. That's if we actually land in mountains, of course. But I've just got this feeling today. I don't know why. I just feel like we're going to be landing in some mountains. just got to move on a bit. I accidentally paused my... I don't think I paused the sim. It's supposed to be a question mark. I don't know. It was just where we landed somewhere, and I remember it was Ski Sunday because we remember we were skiing. We went down a slope. I know when we landed. Was it when we did a stream in? Was it Vegas? When we did one at Vegas, didn't we? We landed in a mountain, didn't we? Because I remember we went down the mountain for a bit, but that was at Vegas when we went round there. But I'm trying to think. I'm sure, like in the UK, we did a flight, and then we ended up. Or was it in France? Somewhere we landed. Because I remember we all got excited because we were rolling down a hill for a bit. So I don't know. It's almost going to be at the points. I think March, April is when is when I started to write notes down for flights, wasn't it? It'd be interesting to have a look through those to see what happened. But yeah, I don't know what to have to eat. I don't know what to have. I might just be boring and have something like a cup of soup. I might just be boring, cup of soup or something. Another beef and tomato one. It's not exactly a filling lunch, is it? But yeah, you can see the mountains definitely in the distance there. Still waiting to see where all this green area was that we were heading to. Let's have a look at the Volanta map again. I thought we were going to be flying over some green. Oh, there it is. We're still a little way away from it. Golden veg for you. Had one yesterday. Oh, golden veg. Oh, nice. Did it have croutons with it as well? But yeah, as you can see, so we're heading towards an area which has got some farmland in and some agriculture, and then beyond that is the mountain range. But I don't know if it's those mountains that I can see. I think it is quite hilly here. It looks hilly here, so those mountains that we're seeing on the horizon could just be these ones here. I think. But yeah, there is a lot of farming land coming up. You like the beef and tomato too? Yeah, yeah. Let's come off the map again. There we are. You just had Scotch broth from a tin, so everyone's having soup. It's that kind of day today, isn't it? You know what this reminds me of? It's a bit like when you look down at a really old spider's web. So it's really sort of all kind of, you know what I mean. It's kind of got that spider's web. Maybe there's a giant spider around here. Sorry if you don't like spiders. But I think it's just because of all the pathways, because there's so many like pathways that people have put in the ground there. It makes it look a bit like a web. Maybe it's where the World Wide Web is. But yeah, as you can see, there's an and as you zoom in a bit, it disappears. I don't know where they've all gone actually. There was like loads of them in there, but then they've disappeared. So I don't know if it's just oh no, I think they're still there. I think it's just a visibility thing. Right, I think I'm going to go and do me soup now, but I won't be too long. So I'm just going to go AFK from here. So yeah, just bear with me for a few minutes. I'm going to just leave it on which direction to look. I suppose it's the direction we're going, which is probably the best direction. I'm just going to go up a little bit more. Alright, it won't be long, so I'm just going to leave this running. Hopefully I'll come back and the game hasn't crashed the desktop or anything. We'll have to see. So see you all in a bit. Well, I'm back, but I'm going to be eating for a few minutes, so... But I will be... If anyone writes anything in chat, I can answer it. Just got myself I went for a tin of soup in the end. I didn't get a beef and tomato. I think I decided that the tin was nicer, so... Just got some tomato soup. And I'll be back ASAP, but just enjoy the view for now. As I said, if you type anything in chat, I'll be able to answer. See you in a bit. Okay, back again. Wow, those mountains are getting closer now, aren't they? Ooh. Get a bit lower again. We're at 39,000 feet now, travelling at 51 knots, so we made up a little bit of speed. We're heading towards Kazakhstan. Gaza. I think that's all what is it with a Q? Maybe it might be Kazakh. Anyway. And then we're going to be passing just north of Tashkent, which I think is in what country that's in. There's all these like little areas around here, so you can see we've gone quite far today already. This is all the mountains that we're heading towards at the moment. So yeah, see how that goes. I think we're safe at the moment because our height is, our height is enough not to be going over them. So yeah. Depends how much height we lose as we head there. But yeah, that was quite a nice soup. Interesting markings on the ground down there as well. A lot of lines. So they must be growing something down there now. Or it's just the way it looks. We'll be going over some farmland soon though. And then after that we'll be going into the mountains. Another building there, or the remains of a building anyway. The frame of a building. Thank you, Egbert. Getting closer and closer to the mountains now. Slowly but surely. So as I said, we're about 39,000 feet up now, so so literally since I've started the stream, which was about an hour and a half ago, well, the flight I started about an hour and a half ago, I suppose, we've dropped 6,000 feet in an hour and a half. So if that rate kept up, then obviously this stream's going to be quite long, but we all know from the past experience that normally as we get lower the rate of descent increases, so but we're still looking at a while up here, but obviously as we head towards the mountains, and that could have an impact as well. I don't know how high these mountains are that we're heading towards, what the highest mountains are, but even if they're like 10,000 feet above sea level or above the ground or whatever, you know, that's gonna shorten our drift a little bit. So we'll have to see. Maybe it'll be a very extra long ski Sunday today, or we might just happen to land straight into a valley or something. Who knows? Just climb up a little bit so I can see where all the area is, with all the agricultural fields and that. We're coming up to it very soon, probably in about I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. 10 minutes maybe we'll be flying over it. Have to wait and see. Anyway, it'd be a nice change of terrain from what we've been having for the last few flights. Mountains ahead. I wonder what that is down there. I think it's Pac-Man. Pac-Man's down there. He's been there for a while though. He's turned white. He's faded. Where's the nearest big city to us?
The nearest big city to our current location is Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan. It's a bustling metropolis known for its mix of modern and Soviet-era architecture, vibrant bazaars, and rich history.
Are there any mountains near Tashkent?
Yes, we are flying near the Nuratau Mountains, which are located to the northeast of our current position. These mountains are known for their unique biodiversity and are part of the Nuratau Kizilkum Biosphere Reserve.
How high are the Nuratau Mountains?
The Nuratau Mountains reach elevations of up to about 2,169 meters, 7,116 feet, at their highest peaks.
Okay, so about 7,000 feet then. That's not too bad. That's 7,000 feet's worth of ski Sunday. But I'm going to have to stop the stream before then, because obviously we can't have Ski Sunday on a Friday, can we? Unless we call it Ski Friday. I have to think about that one. So yeah, 7,000 feet's not too bad. What's the most popular food dish in Tashkent?
One of the most popular dishes in Tashkent is plov, a hearty and flavorful rice dish cooked with meat, carrots, onions, and spices. It's a staple in Uzbek cuisine and often enjoyed during celebrations and gatherings.
What's the most popular drink in Tashkent?
One of the most popular drinks in Tashkent is green tea, which is traditionally served with meals and is a staple in Uzbek culture. It's often enjoyed in chaykhanas or tea houses, where people gather to relax and socialize.
As I said, feel free to ask any questions. If there's any questions you'd like to ask Sarah as we drift along, feel free. As long as it's not rude. Are you enjoying the flight?
I'm absolutely loving the flight. It's always exciting to see the world from up here and share interesting tidbits with you.
Oh. I think she is, Egbert. Wow, look, some trees. Blimey. So yeah, we'll be going past to the north of Tashkent. Although, as I said, we've got some agriculture to go over first, some green areas, and I think I can just start to see it coming up soon. And there's actually some buildings. Well, we haven't seen any buildings for a while. Well, as in a town or whatever. Still travelling at around 60 miles per hour, and we're descending at around 70 feet per minute at the minute, so not too bad. Won't be long before we're over by these trees. Come up a little bit. Yeah, you can see the agricultural land coming up. It's probably to help, you know, people in nearby Tashkent and also that town that we're about to fly over near as well. What's the nearest settlement called near us? Let's see if she can tell us what it is.
The nearest settlement to us is the town of Shardara, located in Kazakhstan.
Shardara. I'm guessing that's the one that's that we can see from here. Looks like there's a river as well. Is there a river nearby?
Yes, we are near the Sirdarya River, which is one of the major rivers in Central Asia, flowing through several countries including Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan.
Is there a railway line near us?
Yes, there's a railway line nearby. The Trans-Aral Railway, which connects Tashkent in Uzbekistan to Orenburg in Russia, runs through this region. It's an important route for freight and passenger trains in Central Asia.
We'll have to look out for that, won't we? So we can see a railway line at some point. So we've got lots of roads at the moment. But yeah, here comes the farmland now. Bit of green. And then beyond that will be the mountains. Do you think we'll make the mountains? Let me know what you think. Wonder if we're seeing any animals in these fields. I doubt it. See the mountains a little bit clearer. Just darkened it a little bit. It's quite cool, you know, seeing the mountains just over there. I was hoping we'd get to the mountains at some point. See some buildings now as well. Yes, exactly, Egbert. Something over 1,000 feet. Going to bring up the Volanta map again. So Tashkent's just over here, which is the capital of Uzbekistan, and then we have all these mountainous areas here as well, which we seem to be heading into. So heading into this area of mountains now. As you can see, it gets quite mountainous. As long as we keep going east, it will get quite mountainous for a while. Whether or not we get that far, I don't know, but you can see there's our journey today. As you can see, it doesn't look a very long journey, but we probably covered a few miles. At the moment we're travelling at about 49 knots, so we're still in the 50 mile an hours, maybe up to 60. 37,000 feet. We're dropping at 47 feet per minute, so our rate of descent is very tiny as well. So I said still a little bit of a way to go yet before we get near to landing. Did you watch the Premier League darts, by the way, Egbert? There's the river. Yeah, I watched it this morning. Because there was a football game going on yesterday, so I ended up watching the darts this morning, which can be quite frustrating because you got to keep away from your phone because you don't want to look in case there's anything about anything on there. But yeah, I watched it all this morning. But the great thing about watching it back in the morning is I can just skip through everything that I don't want to see, so I can go through all the advertisements, all the other bits and pieces that they do, and just go straight to the games. So it does save a bit of time. So I'm not sure how long it'll be before we're over those mountains, because they are still pretty far away. Maybe half an hour, maybe. Perhaps. What time is it now? So it's 2:27. So let's say maybe by 3 o'clock we'll be over those mountains. I could be wrong, but it could be after that. But I'm going to say about half an hour from here, probably, to these mountains at this current speed. Wait and see. Let's see if we're there by 3 o'clock. But yeah, lots of roadways going everywhere. Just keeping an eye out for a railway line as well. Although I've got a feeling the railway line will probably be a little bit further up yet, because we're not really running parallel to Tashkent yet, so I think once we're running close to Tashkent we might see it. Interesting little indentations there as well. Must have been a structure there in the past. Looks a bit like a paw print, doesn't it? Bigfoot. You can also see some buildings there that obviously the remains of buildings in the land there. And over there as well, you can just about make some out. I mean, oh look at that lovely row of houses there. How quaint! I don't think that's actually like that there, but anyway, maybe laugh. Move into this exclusive development out in the middle of nowhere. Some lovely houses all squashed in together, because obviously, you know, there's not enough land to have it spread out. You can have a nice red house if you want one, or a yellow one. And you'll be so close to your neighbours, you'll just be able to look at out the window. You'll put a bid in. Yeah, one of them, I think they've got Sky Telly. Look, some of them have got Sky Telly. Like they've got Sky dishes on the roofs. Some little townhouses there, look that. Yeah. Who lives in a place like this? David, it's over to you. Some more ruins over here. Interesting little round circle things here. Maybe that's what Dave was talking about earlier. Little house in the middle of nowhere, look. Little chimney. More ruins coming up. I wonder what they are, those circular things. There's quite a few dotted around. Coming over some more buildings in a minute. Feels like we've sped up a bit, but I'm not sure if we have or not. No. I think it's just where I've got the camera on a wider angle, it just makes everything look like it's going faster. A couple of houses down there. Look like little bungalows, don't they? Patio doors and everything. A satellite dish, of course, naturally. Got to have a bit of satellite telly. Another house over there, a couple of houses. There you go, there's a house with plenty of windows. I think they have all the windows from Windows 95 to Windows 11. You feel knackered? Well, have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Good. So yeah, just heading towards the mountains now in the distance. As I said, will it be a ski Friday today? Found out that the highest mountains over there are 7,000 feet high. They're the highest ones, so not a bad height. Currently we're at 36,900 feet. Dropping down at 50 feet per minute. and the ground speed was about 50 knots at the minute, so not too fast, but then not slow either. And our flight has been about 2 hours now. Oh, it fell down. Oh. Thought you heard a noise last night. Oh. Maybe it was just a bit that it was just waiting for a next piece of wind to come along and finish it off. Maybe, or maybe it was done on. Maybe it was a man-made thing. As in someone did it on purpose or did it for a reason. You're gonna miss the views. Yeah, you'll miss the boy races, I bet. Although there's another roundabout near you. That you'll be able to get your boy racer fix if you need to. You know, the exhausts and the skidding. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Small round circles. Yeah. You won't be able to see the road at all. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing though, is it? Yeah, lots of round circular things in this area. Whatever they are. I doubt if Sarah would know what the round circular things are. What's the nearest settlement to us? Hopefully she won't say the one that we went over about 10 minutes ago, but you never know.
The nearest settlement to us is the town of Shardara, located in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, she said that last time, so... No, I can't read the local lingo, so I can't look on the map and see where it is, but... There is a railway line around here as well that goes from Tashkent to Russia. So we'll be flying over that at some point. It could be the outskirts of Tashkent anyway over there. In the distance, I think. Just had an email through, Egbert. It looks like them houses, we've been outbid. Apparently we've got to raise our offer of €5. I don't really want to put any more in though. I think I might have to let the locals live in them houses. We flew over like a row of houses about 10 minutes ago, Katie, which were all like, it was like almost like Coronation Street. All these houses all squashed in like a row. Must be the Zippy Incorporated Inc. And yeah. More houses over there. Looks a bit like that town that's near Sittingbourne. What time did I say we'd get to these buildings? In about 3 o'clock, didn't I? It was about 2:30. I said about half hour. I mean, we're already starting to get quite close to some over there, but I still think we're about 15 minutes away, I reckon. Although I think it could be even more than that. It's very deceiving because they're quite big. So they might actually be a lot further away still, but I'm sure we will go over them though. Currently we're at 36,000 feet, dropping at 42 feet per minute and ground speed of still around 50 knots, so very consistent really. A lot of roads lead into that place though. Not exactly what I would call many big sort of like concrete or tarmac roads though. Some more mountains over there in the distance. It looks like there's some rain over there. Some rain showers or rain. Drone camera have to start coming up a bit soon. Otherwise it'll just be skimming along the bottom of the mountains over there. Check out some of these buildings. Oh look, there's Shrewsbury signal box there. It's even got a row of shops underneath. Oh wow, look, there's even a car, look. There's a little truck. Yeah, Shrewsbury signal box. Nothing that looks like anything like a church or anything like that, is there? Oh, a palm tree, look. Very, very nice. Oh, look, there's Chester. There's some buildings like they have in Chester over there. Oh, there's a yellow car as well, look. That must be a taxi. Or, well, I was going to say it was an Uber, but we're obviously not in Uzbekistan anymore. Just these odd little cars abandoned here and there. Terrible. 3 people have got sky over there on their roofs. Oh, actually, there's actually a proper road there. Is that a railway line? No, I think it's a road, isn't it? Kind of just starts from dirt and then it starts from here and actually sky ski. Sky ski, sports ski. Anyway, we're heading towards the mountains. Still looking out for that railway line. Water. No, it's a road, Egbert, I think. It might be water though. I think it's just a photo texture of the road. But because I think you can see where the road, sometimes road junctions go onto it. Because if it was water, there'd be like bridges, kinda. It's almost like it's like that's like a junction, you know, like a road junction there, and then a lot of roads seem to come off it. And you can see over there the photo tiles are a different colour, so you can sort of see that's got more of a road texture on it. Plus it wouldn't be following the terrain like a road does. There'd be like cut-ins, because obviously the water wouldn't be. But it started from that town. Originally there was like a dirt road, and then right where that town was, it was almost like the budget obviously was like, oh, we'll build like a proper road with like tarmac here that goes along into the distance. See where that road ends up actually. Yeah, I think that road leads to Tashkent in the end. So it goes along, and then it goes, and then it kind of goes. It's just in the distance, probably over there somewhere, is another town. Oh, there you go. You can just about see it. There's a town just over there, and then the road goes in that sort of direction towards like the main city of Tashkent over in the distance. So. But I don't know where the railway line. There's a railway line that goes from Tashkent to Russia, but it might be nearer to the mountains as we get there. Well, we're getting a bit of that landscape, a bit like that photo that you posted the other week. It's kind of a reddish orange colour. Mars coloured. Your new screensaver. That had mountains in the background as well, didn't it? Well, if you land over there, I don't think they'd be very good though. If we print screened them. Right, how long? Yeah, I don't think we'll be getting to the mountains in 6 minutes somehow. Very dramatic clouds over there. I think for the next time I do around the world, because when we go round, I was going to do it again, but start from Africa, from the middle of Africa, where the equator is, on the west coast of Africa, and then go from there. That's what I was thinking about doing for next time. Just to get a little bit of different landscapes, really. So go all the way over Africa and then Middle East, etc., and see where we end up going that way. It might end up being quicker because there'll probably be a lot of it where we end up going over the Pacific Ocean as well. So that'll definitely speed up the trip. Is that the railway line there? No, it's a road. It's like a posh road, isn't it? Well, not posh, but it's just got lots of lanes in it. More old building frames there. You can see that the ground is starting to get a little bit more hilly now, especially from this angle. It's interesting why there's all these lanes. It's quite interesting. Looks like we're going to be flying quite close to an airfield as well soon. I don't know if we'll see it from here though. It's not a very big airfield. But yeah, interesting terrain over there. Can we see our plane? No, we won't do because it's right up there in the cloud. Oh, is that the railway line there, I wonder? No, seems a bit too random to be a railway line. No, it's not a railway line now. I think it's just a road. Is it me, or we've turned? Have we turned a bit? Makes me wonder if we've turned. Yeah, we are sort of slightly curving up a little bit. But we are kind of heading east, but it's like we've turned slightly. Could be wrong though. Still pretty high up though. Still at 35, nearly 36,000 feet. Ground speed's dropped off a little bit, but not a lot. It's 47 knots now. Just hoping we'll make it to the mountains. The rain over there. Yeah, it's starting to get hilly now. Looks like there's some buildings coming up. Just over there. Be interesting to see what happens in regards to the turbulence or whatever as we start going over these mountains, especially as we get lower and lower to them. Although that will affect the plane more than the drone cam. Little house on the prairie. It's got a little warehouse at the back. It's a pretty cool view, isn't it? Gives you an idea of all the different landscapes everywhere. Got all those leaf patterns again. Shrewsbury signal box version 2, and then version 3.5. Another little row of houses, ruins of a building there. It's like you get close. It's like we're getting close to the mountains, but we're not. I hope we make it to them. We're at 35,000 feet now. So we've dropped 10,000 feet since I've started, more or less. So I'm in, yeah, 2.5 hours, dropped 10,000 feet. So hopefully that won't keep going. Otherwise, it'll be a very late evening before we land. But no, as I said, I think as we get lower, the ground speed. But I'm just hoping we actually get to the mountains, though. I really would like to have a ski something. Exactly, Egbert, yeah. Exactly. Hopefully we'll have a bit of a ski Friday soon. Cigarette burns. Interesting. Now we should be going quite close by to an airfield. Don't know where it is though. Can't see anything that looks like an airfield yet. Some more little shapes there. Alphabeti spaghetti. That one looks like a jack-in-a-box. There's its face, there's the spring, and there's the box. Boing. Used to have this one when I was a kid. I think it was a Fisher-Price one. Used to squeeze him into the box and he used to scream. Well, I'm just thinking that, or it could be a giant cotton wheel with a spring on it. There's some more over there as well, look. They're everywhere. These must be like their version of crop circles, I suppose. Let's get a plain eye view. Oh, well, you can't really see much from the aeroplane, unfortunately. It's all very cloud. Not much to see there. Let it draw in the ground textures again. Come on. Looks very apocalyptic over there, doesn't it? It's like Close Encounters or Independence Day clouds. Well, you know when they have like a really bad like storm cell in the Midwest, you know, where tornadoes come from. Looks like we're going to be flying over near a town soon called Jilga. Well, it's Jilga, but I don't know if that's pronounced as Jilga or something else. I think it's just over there actually. What's the name of the nearest settlement? See if she can tell me what
The
it
nearest
is.
settlement to our current location is the town of Shardara, located in Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Can't rely on these tour guides, you know. Terrible. Then again, I can't blame her really. I mean, if you looked out the window, you can't see anything but cloud. I'm surprised she even knows where we are at all. Well, the mountains are getting nearer and nearer. I think we'll probably be going over the mountains before the end of the stream. There was. Anyone spot that pickup truck? Was that balloon? No, I think it's just where we were getting nearer to the trees, and then you get like a wind sound effect on the trees. Oh, we got power lines now. Getting very rocky now, isn't it? Rocky and Bullwinkle. Well, we're at 34,000 feet now. We're dropping at 100 feet per minute, so our rate of descent has increased. Ground speed's dropped off to 46 knots now. Yeah, it does remind me of that as well, Egbert. Just had to stand up for a bit. I was getting pins and needles in my legs for some reason. He's sitting weird. More old settlements there. Even if we landed here now, we'd be rolling. Well, we'd do a little bit of ski Sundaying, wouldn't we? Or ski Fridaying, however you want to say it. Still above the clouds here. It's just that those mountains never seem to get any nearer, do they? I've been saying for ages, oh yes, we'll be over the mountains soon, and then you just keep looking at them and they just never seem to get closer. They are, but it just seems to be taking forever. All little shapes there. So another long flight again today. Getting close to the layer now. Not in it just yet though, but almost. Getting closer. $33,000 now. About to go past Cox, according to Volanta. Although actually it might be called Cock. Well, whatever they pronounce that K anyway. Maybe it's where they make that popular drink, you know, like Pepsi. Maybe that's the factory there. Pep's, yeah, Pep Guardiola's family farm. Looks like someone's been playing around with the patterns there. Someone's had a spirograph set for their tractor, I think, making shapes. Mountains are getting closer. Oh, I wonder if that's the railway line there. I'm about to go over. Looks more like a road though, to be honest, than a railway line. I think it's a road. Yeah, I think by the way it turns, I think it's more of a road, isn't it? But I know there's a railway line that they said goes from Tashkent to Russia, so I'll probably be going over a railway line at some point, as I said, for a while. I bet Rude must be dreading the game tonight, because I mean, you know, I bet part of him doesn't want to win and part of him doesn't want to lose. Yeah, there's that sort of red again that was in that photo. Still not in the clouds yet, but getting there. Shrewsbury's signal box version 4. Forty-three knots ground speed now. We're about to come over another town shortly. Called Kazikert. However that's pronounced. I'll be just over these hills. Just in front of us. Can't see any railway lines going through it though, but close nonetheless. Oh my gosh, it's the Eiffel Tower. No, it's not. It's the one at Tokyo, isn't it? That's red and white. Yeah, we're in Tokyo now, everybody. We're in Japan. That must be Mount Fuji over there somewhere. More houses. More houses over there as well. To cross over some pylons. These are wireless electricity. This is new tech. moving my camera around again. Let's just hope when the plane gets a bit lower that my thing is going to be not connected. Wireless, yep. Still, these mountains look like they're never getting any nearer. I'm guessing this is a little river here though. You can see where there's like a kind of a bridge going over the top of it. Although it's not a very good bridge, is it? But, well, there's a truck there and a trailer. So the panels. A little roundabout, look. A little exit onto a major road. So if that's a motorway there, there'll probably be a railway line not far from here then. Uh, 32,000 feet, 80 feet per minute, drop in 37 knots ground speed now. So ground speed's dropped off quite a bit. I just hope it doesn't drop down to zero and we start going in the opposite direction again just as we get to the mountains. That would be just about right, wouldn't it? Looks like we're getting kind of near the edge of the mountains here. Looks like the tallest ones are just over there, but I think we're going to miss those. I don't know if this is part of the texture or whether or not this is part of the fact that it might have been snowing in this area recently. Yeah, look, that tree's got like snow in it. Maybe it snowed here recently, maybe. Yeah, look there. Yeah, looks like it's been snowing around here, and the mountains look like they've got a bit of snow in them. Snowy mountains. Going over now, another little town, I suppose. Some warehouses, etc. Up a little bit. A bit quieter up there. That road heads into the mountains. There's another town just over there. Town of Turbat. And there's a big town coming up as well, but again I can't see a railway line going through it. It's got very snowy now. Trying to build a snowman. going to be going through the clouds soon, I think. Whereabouts are we?
We are currently flying near the town of Chirchik in Uzbekistan, which is known for its proximity to the beautiful Chatkal Mountains.
Yeah, that's Chirchik over there. So how that's pronounced in thing again. Let's look at on Volanta how that's pronounced. That's cool. Chirchik. Yeah, lots of mountains about now. Are there any famous stories about these mountains near us?
The Chatkal Mountains near us are steeped in folklore, including tales of hidden treasures left by ancient traders traveling the Silk Road. One popular legend speaks of a mythical creature, similar to the Yeti, said to roam the peaks, protecting the secrets of the mountains.
And what is the monster called that treks around these mountains near us? It's called the CK Sim Gaming.
The mythical creature said to roam the Chatkal Mountains is often referred to as the Almasti, similar to the Yeti or Bigfoot in other cultures.
Thought that had something written on the roof then. Snow-ploughed road. Well, we're getting nearer to the mountains now, definitely. We're now at 32,000 feet, 32 knots, descending at around 68 to 70 feet per minute, I think. Let's have a look here. Yeah, at the moment it's about 45 to 50. Looks like we climb up again sometimes as well. So it'll be interesting to find out what happens when we get to near these mountains a bit more. How long's this flight been now? For about 3 hours and 20 minutes, I suppose. Looks like we're hardly moving from up here. Well, I'm just going to go AFK again for a little while. I'm going to have my tablet available. So if anyone pops into chat, I'll be able to chat with you for a minute or so. It's a lovely view from up here, isn't it? Okay, back again. Sorry about that. Right, how are we getting on? Oh, we're getting close to the mountains now, aren't we? Well, the drone cam is. Let's have a look at the plane itself, though. 27,000 feet. Dropping at about 185 feet per minute. So yeah, rate of descent has increased. Hey, Noxie. Rate of descent has increased. And we're travelling quite slowly now, about 15 knots ground speed now. We'll be in China. Nah, still quite a way away from China. Unless I've got a cargo of China, of course. But yeah, we're starting to speed up a little bit now. We've been in the air for about 3 hours and 55 minutes now. Nearly 4 hours. Yes, quite a nice view now from earlier when it was all flat. I'm hoping that we'll be on the ground soon, but yeah. But we're getting there slowly. I think the ground speed has increased a little bit now. 205 feet per minute to 200 feet per minute, so even at this rate of descent it's still going to take a while. Although I think as we get lower the rate of descent will increase. The mountains around here aren't too high though, but they will add a little bit. There's the moon. So yes, have you been watching for a while, Noxie? Mm. 20 minutes, okay. I'll put the map up. Because obviously not all of you have seen it recently, so let's go. So we started in Uzbekistan today. We're actually out of Uzbekistan, we're in Kazakhstan now. We were on the border in the last flight, and we then went back into Kazakhstan again, so this is Kazakhstan all down here. And we're about to go over into another country, I think, soon, possibly. Although this is still Kazakhstan here, so. But anyway, we keep going this course. And then we were in, was it Kyrgyzstan or something like that? But yeah, that's where we are, and we're just coming up to this mountain range now. Just over here, although we have slightly turned a little bit as we've descended. So it's like every episode of The Prisoner. Wow. It's not too bad though. So yeah, we are getting to a little bit of a mountainous area now. But it's been quite a long flight today. It's not been too bad. We're going going quite slow now. I mean, for a while we were doing about 70 miles per hour for a while, so it's literally not long been. But our rate of descent is a lot higher now, because as I said, we've been doing this flight for over 4 hours, so it's only now that we're starting to speed up a bit in descent, which I'm happy about really, because I didn't want this stream to go on too long each time. It'd be nice if the ground speed was a little bit higher, but as I said, the mountains are, I think they're about, the highest mountains are about 7,000 feet high, so if you get 25,000 feet and take off like a bit of it, so I'm hoping there's probably about an hour, probably less than it left in the flight, but it really depends on the rate of descent increasing. But we've not long been flying over these mountains. Probably about an hour or so, maybe. Or just over an hour. Well, it feels like just over an hour ago though, but it might be a bit longer than that now, but it took ages just to get to these mountains, so. But of course the flight doesn't end when we land, because obviously if we land on the slope the plane will go down the slope, so it'd be interesting to find out where the final resting place of the plane is. If we land on top of a mountain, we'll probably be going all the way down to the bottom. So, yeah. Although this sim is a little bit different because of the rocks and that on the ground, so I don't know. We might end up flipping over because it might bounce off a rock and overturn. So I don't know what will happen. And also, if I remember, I think the trees are a bit more solid for the planes in 2020. So if we hit a tree, then we'll just come to a stop. In 2020, you used to just go through trees. So we'll see what happens. The trees are a little bit more solid in 2024. Some rain over there, or maybe snow. I don't know what the ground temperature is around here, but I suppose up in the mountains it's a little bit colder. Just have to wait and see. Yeah, our ground speed's now almost between 200 to 300 feet per minute. So as I said, as we're descending, it is increasing a little bit. But we're still quite high above the mountains here. Seems like it wants us to stay in Kazakhstan for a bit longer though, because like I say, it's curving us around a little bit. Just checking the rate of descent. Sun's starting to set over there as well, so if things get too dark I might have to just move the time of day slider back a little bit. I suppose that's the ideal place if you want to be in the middle of nowhere. Must be quite fun having Amazon delivering there. Or Uber Eats. Hermit hut. Yeah, Hermit the frog lives in there. That's even if there's even a hut there, though, to be honest. There's some more over there. Oh, they looked like that from here, but they're actually vegetation. Looks like there is a valley coming up there. You can see a valley down there. I don't know if we end up in the valley. Lord of the Rings territory. That's New Zealand, isn't it? That. I have to do a flight over New Zealand at some point. Although there's plenty of people that are do streams in New Zealand anyway. Yeah, 300 feet per minute nearly now. Mordor. That'll be Mordor. That'll be in the next train sim stream, Noxie, because I'll probably have 12 carriages, so there'll definitely be Mordor for you to look at there. Anyway. Be a bit disappointing if we landed in the valley, though, wouldn't it? Because I mean, I think Egbert's really craving for a flight down a slope. You know, where we land and then we go freewheeling down a slope for about 10 minutes. But a 150 to Mordor. Yeah. It does kind of look like we're heading towards that valley. It's just a shame that the speed's dropped off quite a lot. I did wonder if we had dropped off speed. ...305 feet per minute now. I feel like we're on a cable car without the cables. And the cable car station's down in the valley, and we're just sort of going along in a cable car looking out the windows. Just not getting the sound effects really, are we, of a cable car? Anyway, I don't think there's going to be time for a train sim stream today. So the buffer puffer will have to be another day. I've downloaded some more workshop scenarios as well, so I'll probably give a couple of those a try over the next streams. Yeah, we're in Kazakhstan now though, Noxy. We're in Kazakhstan. We did manage to escape. Mm. Yeah, ground speed's increased now. As I said, as we're getting down now, we're getting towards the 400 feet per minute now. That's what I love about the moon and the sun. Is it's a commonality object, isn't it? There's not many objects in the world where you can say to most people during the day, can you see the moon? And if they can see it and you're looking at it, it's the same object they can see. I mean, there's not many other objects around where you can say that. I mean, obviously, if you're in a part of the world where the moon hasn't risen yet, but, you know, if you're all in the kind of same part of the world, you know, but hundreds of miles apart, you can kind of say, can you see the moon? And they might, obviously, if it's cloudy, they can't see it, but you know what I'm getting at. Yeah, but it does look like we're going to come down. But the trouble is, though, I'm also hoping that my my camera's a little bit off because I'm not directly underneath. I know during the flight I moved my camera a bit, but I'm not off by much, though. Can't be a lot in it. See what we're... So now that's definitely underneath. So we're, 365 feet per minute. Ground speed is now 10 knots. And we're curving around a bit. There's actually an airfield. Well, I don't know how far away it is actually. Still quite a way away. Pervo Mojevko Airport. Don't like the sound of that. And there's a lake which is not too far away. Well, it's still quite far away. It's called Bogistan or Bogistan. Almost there. Kinda. Yeah, rate of descent's picked up now. 465 feet per minute. Can't even see the, oh there it is. I was about to say I couldn't see it. So speed picked up a bit. Yeah, we've picked up a little bit of speed now. Only a little bit though. It was, we did get down to 10 knots, but now we're at 15 knots again. A little path there. Heading up. So yeah, we'll probably be starting from this mountainous area the next time around. So we're probably about half an hour away from landing now, perhaps. Quite a nice view from up there though. So I think if we carry on we're going to land in the mountains in front of us. That's if we don't keep turning round more to the north as we get lower though. This is always the bit that takes the time. That's when it slows down and then the rate of descent, and you're waiting for it to, you're waiting for the inevitable. Let's have a look up again. Must be hidden in that cloud. Even though it looks like we're underneath the clouds, I don't know. 15,000 feet now. So let's think, what time do you think we'll be on the ground by? 5:30 maybe? Another 25 minutes? Ground speed's picked up a bit more, we're now doing 20 knots. So we're going away from the valley now, heading more towards these mountains over there. See the plane at all. It's a little community down there. Some roads that head off as well. .22 knots now ground speed. Trying to see where there's an airstrip. There's an airstrip somewhere over there, but I don't know how far away it is. There is an airfield or something, not very far away, so it's good for when I have to restart the flight from a location, because it won't take me so long. Rate of descent now is 505. And our ground speed is now 21 knots. 12,000 feet now. There will be a few thousand feet for the high of the mountains, so could even be before half past. Oh, there's the parachute. I think I'm going to go up to the plane now, actually. Now we're getting a bit lower to it. Yeah, I was quite far away from it, really. Just trying to slow the drone cam down a little bit now, just so it can not move about so fast. There we go. That's a bit better. Right. Yeah, we're almost there now. And then we've got the ski Sunday bit to do. Well, I'm guessing it'll be ski Sunday. Looks like we're heading for that area just in front of us over there. Exciting stuff. Let's do belly cam. That'll do. See, but the sun's coming down now and the light's changing on the mountains. It's quite nice. It's getting a little bit gusty because the drone's trying to stabilise. Hence why it moves a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if we'll land on that slope or whether or not we'll go over the top of it and then kind of drift over into like a valley. Not really too sure. I think we're moving towards it's almost like there's a little area there that's a lot flatter, but I don't think we're going to make it there. I think we're now heading kind of to here, I think. See where we end up. It looks like we're heading along there. Wondering if it's going to be about here somewhere. You missed the desert. Oh dear. You never know, you might be able to have one after your dinner today. A desert. You can get your desert spoon out and have some desert. Coming into land. We landed just about here, but of course the journey's not over just yet, is it? So let's get back in the plane and we'll pack the parachute away, and then we've got part 2. Oh. Oh, is it going to stop there? No. Boring. Ah. That's not very exciting, is it? I was hoping it was going to go down a big slope forever and ever. Never mind. That's a nice view, though. It's not a bad view. Never mind. So yeah, I was hoping it was going to kind of go down here. Never mind. Right. Anyway, let's put the chocks on because, well, we're not rolling anywhere else. So let's just do that. Yeah. Right. Anyway. Let's go into Volanta map and let's find out all the stuff. Flight ending soon, complete now. Right. So, let's see, shall we? We started quite far away in Uzbekistan. Just a little bit of barren land with a few plants and rocks about. We sort of flew in an easterly direction for quite a while. Flew over the border of Kazakhstan. Went over some greenery. Carried on. Went over a place called Jilga. And then we started to get into a mountainous area where we came to a rest in a little slope. And we kind of landed here, and then we kind of rolled down here a little bit. So let's see. Landing at 747, 230, 692, 629. Statistics wise, here we go. This is the most important thing. Who's going to win today? Now, just as a recap, CK said 234 miles. Jill said 192 miles. Katie said 169 miles. And Egbert said 123 miles. So let's see what it actually was. It was 180, just like in the darts. 180. That means that Jill, I think... Oh no, is it Katie actually? No, Katie's the closest. Yes, Katie is the closest. She was 11 miles out, whereas Jill was 12 miles out. So, yes, well done again, Katie. Not bad, not bad. You've won a flat in a town which has On Trent in the name. So yes, unfortunately. No, only joking. No. I don't know what your prize is. You can imagine a prize out in your head. But anyway, you've won a darts board. 180. That's a bit like my last flight, wasn't it? That was almost like 180 because we went back the other way. But anyway, so yeah, 4 hours and 40 minutes the flight time was, more or less. Well, 4 hours and 39. I guess the other minute. A hermit house in Kazakhstan. Yeah, anyway, so that was that. Not a bad flight. There was an airport not too far away. Just over here, actually. There's an airfield somewhere around there. Here, I think it was. But, so if we were doing the nearest place to start from, then it wouldn't have been too far away. But yeah, but anyway, so we ended up here. Just for the notes, what should I put? Quite a nice flight today. Started in Uzbekistan and ended in Kazakhstan. Probably spell that wrong. In amongst mountains. We talked about soups. Egbert had Scotch broth. Was it Scotch broth you had? And Jill had golden vegetable. I had tomato. And Katie was packing. Noxie joined in. Anyone else was in the stream? Oh, is it Jamie was here, wasn't he? Artful Jamie. Popped in before going off to play on his PS5. Dave was here to talking about on-demand buses. I think that's about it, wasn't it, really? But anyway, that'll do for now. If I can actually type in here. On-demand bus services. Flight was like a game of darts. 180. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's that for today. We'll just have a quick look back at the plane, just in case anyone missed the landing, want to see roughly where we parked. So we are here, and as I said, we sort of landed kind of up the top of this slope and then rolled down a little bit and then stopped just about here. Quite a nice area to start the next flight from. Yeah, the sun was just starting to set as well, so that was quite nice. Not sure when the next one of these will be. Possibly tomorrow, but as I said earlier, there is a lot of soccer ball going on tomorrow and Sunday, so I'm not sure when I'll be doing another drifting stream. I'll probably do a bit of Train Sim Classic though tomorrow again, carrying on with Buffer Puffer, and then maybe a couple of workshop scenarios here and there dotted in. We'll have to see how it goes. But anyway, thanks for all of you to pop in to join me on the flight today into the mountains, and yeah, see a lot of you again another time. So from here in Kazakhstan, I shall bid you all farewell. Look, it's a nice little walking path here, isn't there? You can walk along to go wandering along with. Need a Microsoft Flight Simulator mountain bike add-on, don't we? And hiking gear add-on, climbing, whatever. Right. Anyway, I'm going on and on, so I shall say toodle pip for now. And yeah, take care. See you later, everyone. Bye.